Hello everybody, how are you doing? I hope you've had a good day. I went out to see Star Wars. I had meant to go watch it last night, but it turns out I misread the website. They didn't have a midnight showing. So I went to one today. Spoiler free, so no spoilers here. I will say this. It is a very good movie. And if you're a Star Wars fan, you might have, one or two issues with what they've chosen to go with, but you are going to love it. Trust me on this. What the? A little bit of dirt on the camera. Alrighty. So, that's the end of the Star Wars bit. Take two. Oh, got a little Superman thing going on. There we go. A little bit more Superman. Anyways, we're going to do some programming today, as you can probably tell from the background. And I forgot to turn that light on again. I keep forgetting to do that. There we go. You know what? Would you guys mind if I took, a few minutes to put together a Christmas tree? Okay, that's what I thought. We'll just continue on then. No, nobody responded to that. I just, made that assumption. I'm going to replace Arno with a Christmas tree tonight after the stream. Maybe tomorrow. Because, I actually... Here, let me show you what I have. This is a very old 1950s, 1940s era aluminum Christmas tree. This has been in my family for many, many years. The box was better when I got it. But, after being in attics for so long, being used for so long, the box eventually wears out. Frankly, I could probably, rebuild that box brand new and make it, just as good. I did, however, put up my wreath. Let me get up the box for it. Yeah, here's my wreath. Don't believe me? Okay. Here it is. Actually working. Oh, the green on it's starting to fade. But yeah, this is my 8-bit wreath. It's not bad. I kind of wish the lights were more vibrant, I guess would be the right way to say it. I mean, they're okay in terms of brightness, and if I replace the batteries with new ones, they'd probably be brighter. But they just don't twinkle as well as they should. I mean, if I was if I was really adamant about that happening, I would probably go in here, pull out the lights they have in there, and put in much brighter LEDs, and basically rewire the whole damn thing. But, I'm not willing to do that just yet. Let me put this back up. Okay, so today, we're going to continue programming. Now, I did do a little bit of work, but not a lot, with our Nintendo 64 converter. Well, our Zelda64 converter, which you will notice is the title of the new of the stream. It says, Kjasi programs the Nintendo Zelda64 importer, which is accurate. And in fact, you'll also notice that this is part 2. The reason this is part 2 is because we already had part 1. It was labeled, what was it? Kjasi builds Unreal Part 10. So I've renamed that. So that is now part 1. And this is part 2 of the programming. And I didn't even know that it existed, but I found a programming category in both Hitbox and Twitch. So if people are interested in programming, they'll find us. At least tonight. Alright, so when we last left our intrepid explorers, we were pretty much, right here. We have the DQ Princess. She imports. The bones do not do a gosh darn thing. And she has no, you know, no colors or anything. But the Hypershade. Did I? Oh yeah. Yeah, materials are made. Textures are loaded, although right now they're not loading because of probably something I did. So we're going to have to fix that. Yeah, the files are not attaching. I don't know why. So we'll have to look at that. But if we were to bring this in and graph them, we see that it's, you know, the place 2D textures being placed, the file itself is being connected, the alphas are being reversed, and then it's all connected up into our main material. So as soon as we load up the textures, let's see, this is... Oh, okay, so that's that file. So let's go do searching. Do I have a temp? No. Okay. Alright, well, let's set this back to images. Ah, a bunch of stuff that we haven't done yet. Oh, the reason it's not working is because they're actually... Well, actually, no, that's not right. It should be working. Okay, so... It's not detecting them? Alright, so there actually is not here, at least in the base one. Let's take a look at light shaft. Not there either. VRML2. Nothing there. Wow. I'm actually kind of surprised. Textures collection. No? Okay. Maya. You think it'd be under images, but no, it should be under textures, but that's where we put all the named ones. It wouldn't be under characters. Okay. So, I have no idea where this file is. So let's go looking for that. I'm going to do this on the other screen, just because I like a little bit of privacy when I'm doing stuff like this. Data, unsort. Oh. Ah, okay. So, should be here. Ah, no. I need 0600E CD0. There we are. So if we come over here, we can probably... No. Alright. Okay, let's take a look. Let's see why this is happening. So here we are. Let's go here into tile, because this will probably tell us a bit. Alright, so it's trying to find, and it tries to create. Alright, so accept pass. That tries to... yeah. And we learned to do that. Haha. That actually... Okay, so let's take a quick look at the log. Alright, so let's back up. Go to DQ Princess. Saved image. Loaded image. Created material. Yeah, if we come in here... But what if I just did this? Because there's a whole bunch of, do this, delete. I'm just going to delete all the materials and everything. And just brand new freaking everything. Alright, import. Deku Princess. And yeah, it's still not capturing it. So it looks like it's saving the file just fine. And then we get the load image. So try load image, create material. So if file name. Okay, so here's the file. Here's the extension, fs path. Alright, so if object exists... Oh, if not object exists, file name. File node equals... Yeah. Now the reason we do file node separate from fir name is because the fir name, or the file name... Yeah, file name is the name we want it to have. File node is the name it actually has. So, actually, we need to come in here and, every instance of file node needs to have actually be, every instance of file name after here needs to be file node. Okay, so, whoa, what's this? Not there. If not, else, file node equals file name. So, just in case, in the instance that the object does exist, rather than trying to create, file node, have, file node actually be file name. This basically means that, okay, if the object doesn't exist, create this file. If it does exist, then this file actually is the name. So this should actually let us update stuff. But, you know what? I think I forgot to do something. Connect shader, connect output. It's like I forgot to put the file. Like I forgot to create the file. Well, I created. It's just, Alright, let's do a brand new scene. So, this is all clear. We'll do an import. And the tiles, the textures are still not being created. Well, they're not being connected, rather. Oh! I forgot to do that. And they're still here. Let's do a new. Because now that I've reloaded the damn script, changes might actually happen. Nope. Alright, so I have temporarily forgotten how to connect an image to this. Let's load up all these old scripts, and that's a bunch of personal stuff. Yeah, as you can see, these are a whole bunch of, scripts and stuff that we were actually working on earlier, or last time. How to determine file texture. Alright, if shading engine. The root node. No, this is like the opposite of what we want to do. Ooh, how do I... No, how do I create a shade network that connects to a shade group material and a texture? Alright, query the classification for Maya's Lambert node. Get classification. Therefore, as shader flag. So... Alright. First we create the node for the material. Then we create the shading group. Then we connect the two. And then classify texture 2D as texture. And then we connect the two there. Ah! That's what we forgot. We forgot to set the attribute for the file name. So let's do that here. Set attribute type string. File node. Self file name? Don't know why they're using that. Probably because the script that they're giving me is actually for Mel, now that I'm looking at it. Alright, so set, let's see, commands, set attribute. Actually, we want, set attribute. Type equals string. Actually, let's take a quick look at that. So let's go Maya Python set attribute. Okay. Set attribute any. Type equals string. Ooh, that's not good. My stomach's starting to get a little rumbly. Which would mean I might need to do a trip to the bathroom before too long. Hope not. Alright. So set attribute type comma type equals string, and I'll do quotes just to be safe. Alright, so set the attribute type. Okay, I gotta come back down here. Set attribute. Okay, so I think self file name is actually what we want. Alright, let's give that a try. Let's just do a refresh. Hey! There we go. It actually connected up. So now all our materials are working again. So we fixed that. That's good news. That's a good news. That's a good news. So let's see. Now that we've done that, we've fixed the tile section, so it actually does stuff. Now we come down here to mesh. I did a lot of playing around, but I didn't actually get it working, as you can tell, because otherwise, you know, she'd be colored. I actually did get it to color a little bit, but I can apply a single material for the whole mesh. I need to set it for just, you know, the certain area that we're working in. So let's come back to here. Back to the mill how-tos. Alright. Get classification, result, utility. Alright. Play. Oh, it's optional. I want to do it. Convenience, procedures, connecting attributes between two nodes. Alright. Placements of nodes is unnecessary. How do I assign an object or component to a material? Alright, Maya uses shading groups to control association of objects and materials. Shading groups are created as a renderable set. For example, okay. So if we create my shading group, instruct Maya that you know what you're doing and you want to reassign force element. Oh, we can assign it per face, like that. Nice. So, if we come in here, per face, let's see. I actually do have, you know, as you can see, there's a bunch of code here I tried, and, you know, not a lot of it worked. This did, but... And we are going to need that in a moment. Alright, so set FE. Let's see if there's a Python version. Alright, so sets, selection list, add element, add filters, no warnings, no surface or renders, force element equals name. So names, so alright, vertex set. Let's check over here again. Otherwise, the members set are selected instead. Okay, so let's try this. let's see, select I. No, it's got to be created, then we can select it. So, select object, no expand equals true. I have no idea how this will work, but let's find out. Alright, reload. Deku Princess. Alright, well, we got one section. Error value 449. No object matches that. Okay. So M object dash dot name. Let's try that. I have seen that around on a few of these. Okay, has no attribute name. Alright, so we gotta get the name for this, which should be this. Mesh name. So let's try that. Select mesh name. Expand no equals true. Oh. It's like I want to be able to take the selected, you know, the mesh and mesh. Actually, maybe we could just do mesh. No, we need self mesh. It's like I want to be able to select all the polygons right here that we just created, and then, you know, expand upon them, or select them and then use them. Alright, so let's see what happens if I tell it to create or attach a material. Oh wait, I can't do that here. Okay, so let's take a quick look, see if we can't figure out how to select polygons. Maya Python, select faces. Selecting individual faces. I suppose we could, you know, apply this one at a time. Select your object and iterate over each face. Yeah, how do I do that? Ooh, here we are. Command select. Ooh, here we are. Okay, so let's give this a shot. We already have it here doing faces. That's because we were planning on doing a bunch of UV stuff, so. Mesh F1. Actually, it should be mesh I. But we can do 8%. And then do I. And then what was that? Well, we'll do TLG. Because that's what that other guy does. Alright, so now we can assign actually let's do a if So if wait, that's not right. Yeah, that's better. So we need commands. Select none equals true. So, if I'm right, this should go through each polygon that it just created and attach the material. And instead it says no object matches mesh. F0. So let's try mesh M object. I doubt this will work either. Object matches no name. Yep. What was the last error? No object match name. Yeah. Alright, so how did that guy do it? Well, he grabbed its name. Well, let's try there we go. Hopefully that will work. Not enough arguments. Not enough arguments. Oh. Alright, let's okay. There. Not enough arguments for a format string. What am I supposed to do? A space or another one of those? Format. String formatting. Ah, okay. So, there, and there. And I can take that out now. Ah, wrong character. Hey! Don't save. Load up. DQ Princess. Oh. Thought I just fixed that. Invalid flag? Okay. Well, let's just cancel that one. it actually did something over there. Cool. There we go. Well, it selected them. But it all looks like it's being assigned the wrong face. Sets. Okay. Set 5. All right, so okay, I'm confused now. Alright, we've selected a bunch of polygons. Okay, CL. That was the word I was looking for. CL equals true. Because I'm pretty sure what's going on is, you know, it's staying selected and then it moves on and to add the new texture. We need to definitely clear it out first. So let's re-add. Oh, gotta reload the script. Come on, you can do it. You can think of that. Okay. So let's check the hypershade and do delete unused. Yeah, they're all being assigned to the same material. So what the heck is going on here? Well, at least it's, you know, selecting, and I have no idea what TLG is. So let's take a quick look. Select. Command. TLG. Toggle. No, we don't want toggle. And we have clear on. Oh, we could just do -R. That would solve our problem. So we'll do R. Replace. And I can remove the clear down below. Oh! Look, it actually added texture to some of her. But it's obvious there was an error of some kind. No, it said it finished. Okay, so it added some, or one. I'm just not sure which. All right, so let's look up set. Create node, create mesh, class tile. All right. Create shading node. Shading group. Alright, so name equals We'll just go SG name. There we go. So now we'll have a little bit better, clearer understanding of what's going on here. Let's do a new just in case. Alright, so well, maybe we're doing something else wrong. I mean, they say that we should be assigning shader groups. So maybe that's what we should be doing. Instead of doing the hyper shade thing, we should, set, or attach hyper, shading groups. Well, we've done enough here. Let's see. Force blend shading group. So we use a set FE. So first we'll select, then we'll do commands set let's see, ID equals okay, so that should be what we want. So set FE equals true. Well, true. Alright, so actually let's do this real quick. Mat name. Print mat name. So let's see exactly what we're doing here. Okay, so mat name is mat underscore. Yeah. Okay, so this should be mat underscore, but we don't need it to be mat underscore. So let's come back up here to vertex, actually. Oh, no, wait, we want mesh. Actually, not mesh. We want, what was it? Display mesh list. Yeah, right here. So actually, here we want shading group. So now if we reload this, it should tell us our shading group. Unload. Okay. Lord Frieza. The duck. It should be this. Should be SG. Okay, this is vexing. Ugh. What did I eat that's causing my stomach to do this? Huh. Has no attribute set. That's interesting. I mean, it's highly used on others, but I guess, you know, they just didn't feel like they needed it. Alright, so let's do let's see, F mat equals that, print that, and assign that. So let's see how that works. Probably not at all. Yeah, that's weird. It's, you know, going to the mat name. So let's come down here. UVs extend, material. Okay, so if has texture, so that's vertex info. So I need to come up here to vertex. And I need to come over here. Huh. Well, all right, nothing there selected. Okay, so that got selected and assigned. Good. How about this? Some of that, none of that. Huh. Okay, so if anybody knows how to do this, I'm more than willing to listen. Because right now, everything's being created correctly in the Hypershade window, at least. We got all the textures being created. We've got all the materials being properly created. Yep, those are transparencies, those are colors. That's the alpha. And that's the UVs. Now we don't have UVs connected, but that's not our concern right now. Our concern is applying the proper materials to each of these polygons. So if we were to, let's close that. If we were to come down here, after it's created, we go through every face. And then we select it. And then if there... Oh, let's get rid of... If there's a material, we assign the material. How do I get the assigned group? No. Applying shaders to selected faces. Okay, so I guess what we need to do is create a single or multiple meshes, one for each material. I don't like that idea, but you know, it's an option. I kind of want to start over. Just, you know, kind of start from the beginning on this script. Not, you know, the uber beginning, but go back, reorganize it, do it in, you know, an order that I can understand easily. The sign equals true. Advantages: you can use that shader name directly. Shading groups are also created when the shader is standalone yet. Disadvantage: it only works with selection, not available in batch mode. You know, let's give this a try. I'm going to turn off the shading nodes, or the shading groups. Actually, no, I'll leave that alone for right now. Okay, we did command hypershade, and that's what they recommended. Alright, so hypershade assign, which is A, which is what we had, so let's actually do assign equals fmat. That way we know what A is in the future. Let's see. Clear work area. Collapse. Uncollapse. Duplicate. Fix render. Reset. Reset graph. Okay, I think it actually creates the shading groups by itself, so we're going to come back up here and actually disable shading groups. Because, honestly, I don't really see much of a difference there. So let's see how this works. Ah, well, it sort of works. Delete unused. Hey, at least we got 3. That's better. We still don't have UV data. At least I don't think we do. UV editors. Okay, so we definitely have UV sets and everything. We just don't have any UVs attached to us. I don't know, maybe that's the issue. No, it's not. Oh. Alrighty. Oh. Okay, so this should be doing, you know, all of them. I mean, that's what it does here, is it goes through all of them. Except this is doing 3. I think. All right, let's do a just minimize that for a moment. And let's check and see if this works. Be interesting if it did. It didn't. So let's see what the script says. Found the material name. Where is this coming from? Well, it's not. Alright, so let's try this. What I did was I added a assigned hypershade. Okay, so this is actually being done by this command. The command's hypershade is actually causing, you know, this shading group to be created. So it's doing this. That's what it's doing. And it's doing that on every polygon. At least I think so. It's definitely doing them on a lot of polygons. Okay, so mesh name equals mesh name dot material. But I can't get to material because that's down here in the faces. I mean, I could get it up here in the faces, but we do have all of these meshes. Okay. It feels like what we need to do is go through it, identify the meshes that are of a certain material, apply those to, you know, like say Deku Mesh 1 or Princess Deku Princess Mesh 1, and all the ones that are of, you know, the second one, you know, when they go to the next one, then they go to Mesh 2, and if they go back to the first one, it goes back to, you know, Mesh 1. But I'm not entirely sure how to do that. Let's see what happens when I do that. Ooh, is that bigger? No, that's just something I haven't seen before. So if I don't create a shape mesh, what about no transform? What are you doing? I'm causing chaos. What does it look like I'm doing? Alright, so that... without a transform, it does not exist. Well, let's see if it exists with the... oh, we gotta refresh first. Huh. So if I don't create a transform, it actually does connect. It actually does build. It doesn't, you know, build everything out. So, huh. This gets called multiple times, doesn't it? Locate hierarchies. Locate anons, which we still haven't gotten to. Import object. Build display. Okay. New mesh. 4. Range. Lane. Clen. Count. So count's a new thing. Alright, so it looks like this is the index counter. That just counts each vertex as it comes in. Here, I'll bring this over here. Yeah, this looks like the counter right here. Sorry that was off screen. I was, you know, in the moment of coding, not streaming the coding. We got the normals and the colors. We got UVs, which is actually really nice to have. So, V buff. I'm guessing V buff is vertexes. Yep. Okay, unpack. Yep. So that'll have all our UVs, all our normals, all our actual data. Color. What's this? This is vertex. This gives us our material. And here we actually convert a lot of the data into what we need. And here's where we're trying to get... this is where we get materials, and it's where we get the UV data. We don't really use any of that. Matrix pop. Alright, so we got several create hierarchies and offsets. Well, this one creates it and then initializes it. So this is basically saying, no, this is a nothing mesh. This one just creates it. This one also reinitializes it and then puts in an offset. This looks like it's all texture stuff. Primary color, envelope color. More texture stuff. So let's come back up here. This looks like the big Kahoni. So we come back up here to create, which is what all this is. Mesh name. Count. So where's count come in? We're going to add it. Down here there's a count. I'm not entirely sure what it is, but I think it might be the a usable number for us. Maybe like the number of sub-objects? So let's see. Alright, so maybe this will help, maybe this won't. Mesh name, count not defined. Self count equals 0. And that's actually what we were going after, was right there, not later. So actually we want to come back down here and do mesh count. I did it again. Yeah, so we came back down here to build list display and converted self mesh or self count into mesh count, and up here in what was it, mesh, we actually put in the count. So now it's referencing that. So right now it will always be 0, but with luck, ha 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 ha. We've got more. I mean, it's all doing Lambert, but that's better than what we had before. And I'm guessing, yeah, look at that. So yeah. So instead of doing the what's it? Instead of doing all that, we'll just do that. Which should work. And hey, at least those color now. It's still not great, but it's an improvement. Okay, so that should all have... Alright, let's come back over here, and we'll do a commands select shape mesh. R equals true. So, you know, this will replace anything we get. And I'm going to add a clear command at the end of... well, let's see, what is it? Well, at the end of import. I think it's CL equals true. So it should have nothing selected when we're all done. Actually, let me look up something else real quick. That's a lot of stuff. We will need some of it. Not all of it. Python. Change shading view. Display. That's all good stuff, but you know, I need like view or display or something. Display. Using tool presets. Displaying. Well, what's the actual thing here? Set smooth shade all. Okay, yeah, that's the help menu. I want the API. Huh. Model, your editor. Create some buttons. Set up the different. Display appearance. Python. Display textures. Shading nodes. No, that's not what I need. I guess nobody has what I need. Oh well. I think we were going to refresh this. Oh, we got an error. Global name FMAT is not defined. Okay, I guess we do need this. Alright, so there we go. With luck, this should only assign shaders once. Actually, no, it's going to assign shaders to every single face, but it's going to do it to the whole body, every single face. So it's still going to be majorly fucked up. But it looked like it worked. Huzzah! Okay, so all we have to do now is UVs. So, tell me about the startup procedure. Alright, so it looks like we've done all that, so... Okay, I don't think I need this. Yeah, that's a leftover. Alright. UVD. Okay, so that's the data for the... So, okay, so this is the data that we need. Actually, that's inaccurate. I still didn't figure out what some of these things are. I mean, U array and V array. I just have them as zeros right now, so... UVs equals hashtag. Or pound symbol if that's the way you roll. Alright, so no obvious issues. Name UVs is not defined. Okay, so this is self.UVs. And it's already giving us, quite a bit of information, so... Assigning UVs, 436. UVs is not defined. Oh. I keep forgetting to import the new script again. Alright, it's assigning UVs. 436. A float is required. Is there a way I could do like a Python OR? Actually, there is. we'll do this. If, yeah, we'll just do, no, we'll do this one for each one. So if that, else, append 0. So if it's there, it will assign it. If it doesn't, it will assign something else. If UV's 1, and I will switch that over to a V array. And now I can get rid of these. Okay, so that should assign the floats, and if it doesn't find one, it will insert a 0. So import princess type 1, a float is required. Okay, so as float. As float pointer. Let's do as float. Okay, so we need to add a util. We'll just import Maya mscript util as util. As float. Alright, let's see if this breaks. No module name mscript util. Lord Frieza, what the hell? Okay, so this says something about that. Alright, so obviously they don't want us to do it that way, so... Okay, so util that as float. Failed to run file. Modular has no object M script util. Is that... Am I spelling it wrong or something? No, I copied it directly out of here. So... Alright, so fn mesh equals open Maya fn mesh util equals okay, so I don't do that here. I do that down here. Util equals. Alright, let's try this out. Alright, well it actually loaded. So let's do an import, see what happens. Name error. Global name Maya is not defined. The hell. Okay, let's just do... I'll just do open Maya, because I actually have that working up above. Attribute error has no attribute M script util. Ah, 2014. Float array, float point, float vector. Let's say float. Itchy eye here. Alright, let's see now. Let's do a search for float. Well, I suppose in a worst case scenario I could set it to a float array. Convert to float. Okay, let's see if this works. I doubt it will, but... And actually that's the wrong spot. I want down here, so... See, in C++, you can actually do this to assign it as a float, or tell it to basically tell it to be a float, even though it isn't. It'll interpret it as a float. I have no idea if this will work here. No, it won't. Well, let's try this then. Maybe there's a float function that we can encapsulate it with. Well, that seemed okay. Alright, attribute error. Line 341. No attribute, M script. Alright, let's get rid of that. Okay, so loads up. Alright, 440 util. So it actually, this section actually passed mustard. So there we go. That should work. Could not convert string to float. So that's the problem? You guys are strings? Alright, so let's look that up. String to float. Well, let's do convert. Apparently people have this problem. All right. For I. Okay, so for some reason his I is O. Maybe N? No? Oh, F. The file he's reading. So this guy... Okay, I'm not entirely sure what's going on here. They look the same. Python. Convert string to float. Parse string to float. There we go. Okay. .346 cannot float to M. So 346. 436 right here. Could not convert string to float. Oh. Print UV string. All right, let's find out exactly where this is going on. All right, UV string is suddenly M. Oh, material. Okay. So actually, let's all right, so we'll do an if try. Accept. Pass. And we'll do the same thing here. Try. Actually, we might just need just try, but I don't know. I've never really done something like this before. Okay, so we could probably, get rid of the ifs, because I don't think that's going to be an issue anymore. But I want to leave it in there just for the moment. We might do that on our second pass of this script. Alright, so we assigned UVs. A lot of UVs. Okay, so let's come in here, select the polys. And we'll choose, and they're not here. Okay. UV editor, UV sets are all accurate. All right, so well, at least this data is getting properly put in. Usually. Oh. I don't know, maybe this is actually the wrong data. Now if we come down here, we got, let's see. Self UVs, and this is in faces. 1, 2, 3. Up here, we're actually running through verts. So maybe we need to do something different. Well, let's come up here to vertex and take a quick look. UVs is a 2-float vector. So UVs down here, however, extend 1 UV, 2 UV, 3, and then a material. I feel like this isn't getting us the information we need. And yet, it worked perfectly in the other guy's script, so... Obviously, he had a better way of doing this. So, let's look up that script real quick. Let me, Alright, move to other view. We'll come down here. Mesh UVs extend, okay. So that's alright. So let's head back here to, up here to mesh. Now we can close tile. Alright, so self UVs. Okay, so first thing he does is he creates a mesh, he creates an object, he adds the vertices, and then he sets the vertice data, I think. Tessellation faces, vertex colors, actual vertex colors, which is something we'll do later. UVD, he goes to the self, and then he goes to the self UVs. So maybe we need to actually do that. So rather than doing all this crap, because apparently we're doing it wrong. Now see, there's actually a faces up here that we can, you know, hijack. Alright, so we're gonna actually delete all this. Actually, do we? Yeah, we want to delete all that. It's like all we need to keep is U array and V array. So, we just need these two things, which already have been assigned up here. So, they're each float arrays. So, I don't know why there's 3 things in here for UVs. On the other hand, that could be the connection points, for all I know. Kind of like how they're, you know, the polygon connections are here. So in actuality, this should probably be under, you know, self UI IDs, but you know, we're still trying to, you know, figure out how this works. So okay, materials are +3. I don't know how he does this. This is... This is insane. All right. Actually, let's do this. Mesh. Assign UVs. 3. And then we'll use that. And then +1. And then ×4. I have no idea if that will work. Actually, let's just do assign UV. Not assign UVs, because that does them to all of them. So we need assign UV. face ID would be I. Local vert ID. Current UV count. No. Alright, let's just do some random shit here. We'll do that. And that. Plus that. On the other hand, you know, that's the order they have over here. So, let's assume for a moment that, you know, this is U and this is V. I doubt it, but let's give that an assumption. An assumptive glance. Oh, wrong button. Deku Princess. Huh. Okay. So, at the moment I'm under the assumption that these do shit. So if I just remove them from that... and do something like that... Alright. So that does jack. So I have no clue how to do UVs. I've been trying and I have no clue. So, for the moment, let's just do... Oh, wait, we need that. Okay, so let's take a look online and see what we can find. Maya, Python, assign UV. Or poly UV set. Poly UV set. Command to do the following to UV sets. Delete an existing UV set. Rename. Create an empty one. Copy values. Set the current UV to an existing. Modify. Keywords. Yeah, that's our favorite keyword right now. Alright, so new UV set. Except we already have UV sets, that's not an issue. We need to be able to assign them. Start with poly object. Make copy of map 1 to new UV set, the name of which is automatically generated and returned. Create a new empty UV set. To set the current UV set. Yeah. Alright. So let's actually move this up here. Commands. Poly UV set. Current UV set equals true. UV set equals UV map name. Now that won't do shit, but might help. Okay, I think I can close that for now. Let's go back over here. Copy. Create new UV set. Query all the UV sets. Query all the logical indices of the UV sets. So this selects all the nodes. Create UVs, because we need to UV link. Alright, command used to make, break, or query UV linking relationships between UV sets on an object and textures of those UV sets. Oh, hello. Causes a UV link to be created between UV set 2 on P-sphere and the checker 1 texture. Let's give this a shot. Alright, so equals shape mesh UV set 0 UV set name, and the texture is mesh name Alright, let's do this. Current mat equals none. Actually, let's do this Lambert. Lambert 1, I believe it is. Yep, Lambert 1. So, worst case scenario, everything has Lambert. If self UVs 3 current mat equals, there we go. And texture is current mat. So I have no clue how this will work. Hopefully it does. No UV set or texture was specified. Alright, let's do hopefully this will work. Okay. Okay, so probably what we can just do is equals UV map name and the current material. Let's see how this works. Or is it that I need to do a texture directly? No UV set. No object matches map 1. Alright, so let's see, what was that command we saw earlier? Create UV set. Python create UV set. No. Alright, so mesh, create UV set. And that's going to stop because that's been having issues, if I recall. Yeah, error, unbound. Local variable mesh reference before assignment. And if I do it afterwards, actually, what if I did shape mesh? I did the actual name. Maybe that would solve the issue. Creating the mesh. Unicode object has no attribute create. Oh, okay, so it has to be mesh. So undo that name change. No UV set. Okay, so UV set equals no UV set. Alright, well, let's head back here to Polylink, Poly UV set. Alright, to delete, current map, rename, copy, create new empty. So let's come back here and do UV M set, or mesh UV set equals there. All runtime error. UV's expected type string. Line 455. Name? I don't know, maybe. Well, it has no attribute name. So it should be a name already, but it said that dash UVs was expects type string. So what? Alright, so what if I take that away? UV set was not a valid UV set. No argument to dash texture. Argument to dash texture is not a valid texture. Okay, so we need to... Well, the guts... I guess we're getting closer. So this actually needs to be a texture, not a material. So... Maya Python get attribute value. Well, I know what it was, I just couldn't. I wanted to be sure of certain things. Alright, so current text equals commands dot get attribute file name actually if I come up here to tile. Now we just did this earlier. Texture file name. File texture name. Type. And we want as string equals true. And we'll set that. Oh, I forgot. Current met. Oh wait, no. Dot color. There we go. Alright, that should give us what we want. Yeah, that should do it. Okay, so do I just need to do dot color then? Rather than capital color, just color. Ah. Alright, so runtime error on 456. So right here. So they're still having the issue of the not a valid UV set. Even though we are, creating one right here and using that directly. Ah. I love the smell of this in the morning. Ooh, make equals true. Present this flag indicates that the command is being invoked to make the links. Okay. So yeah, that's what we want to do. Make equals true. Let's see if that works. Still not a valid UV set. Alright. So, since that's not a valid UV set, we will do shape or dot. What is it? UV set 0 UV set name. So shape mesh. All right, let's give this a shot. Maya command error. It was probably that. It's always one little thing. No. Okay, let's try this. Plus. Oh. Oh. Yep. Forgot a bracket. Well, parentheses. And we're still getting the Maya command error. Be nice if it told us a little bit more about the command error. Well, on the plus side, we got all the textures to properly apply. It's just the UVs are being a bit of a... They're being a bit. if I knew more about what you're supposed to do with like assign UVs, because here they've got 3 numbers in there. You know, I'm assuming that they mean each one of the vertices, but you know, here you have number of vertices. So here you put 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. So if we had a, you know, if we had, you know, only a single triangle, like a 2D, you know, actually a 2D triangle, we'd have 1 point, 2 points, 3 points. So that'd be that first 3 right there that's highlighted. And then the following 3 numbers are their indices. Or it's their numbers in the vertex. But you know, it says assign UVs, but it doesn't say where to put the UVs. Let's take another quick look. Maya Python assign UV. Convert selected to UVs with Python. Getting UV coordinates of vertices. String selection. Poly evaluate UVs. Not finds them. I want to create them. Alright. Set UVs I times 2 plus 1. 0, 0. 1 minus UV scale. Set UV. Alright, let's take a quick look at this. Set UV. Here we are. Sets and assign UV values. Alright, so there's that one. New mesh UV counts. And then new mesh UV IDs. Oh, hello. Is this going to tell us how to create them? Append I plus equals 0. This looks actually quite promising. In fact, if you look at these numbers and these numbers, they're identical. So new mesh poly connects equals the UV IDs. So assign UVs can be, you know, the poly connects. UV mesh counts though. New UV mesh count. So poly mesh poly count. UV count. So let's look for this. Up. Append 4. Points on curve. Okay. I think I get this. This is the points. I'm not quite sure what these are, so we need to find, you know, set UV. But you know it's going to be in here, so. Set. Lots of sets. Not a whole lot of set UVs. Clear, assign, set current, set UVs. UV ID. Okay. Float U, and then float V. Okay. So in this particular reference, which is actually a perfect reference for us, this is the integer for it. So these are all the vertices. It goes through each one. Vertex times 2 plus 1 plus 0, and this one's plus 1. This one is always going to be 0 on the x-axis? On the u-axis. So it's always going to be 1 and then 0. So this is setting like the first part, and then let's see. So the set UVs are actually setting the actual data. Sets the specified the texture coordinate. UVID is the element in the UV list that will be set. If the UVID is greater than or equal to num UVs, then the UV list will be grown to accommodate the specified UVs. Okay. Alright, so using that as a reference, we'll use both of them as reference. So we know that the UVIDs are identical to polyconnects. So we can actually just come up here. Do we actually have a... No, we don't. So let's do that now. We're going to do a UV ID mesh UV IDs equals open Maya dot m interarray. And then the other thing we needed was UV counts. So mesh UV counts. Okay, so now we can do this pretty quickly. We know that this is the per faces, so we know that these are identical to the UVIDs, so we can actually just do UVID, UVID, UVID. Actually, we can just do this. There we go. And now we'll do UV count append 3. So now we know that there's 3. I think that's all we needed to do. I don't know how this script is grabbing their UVs. Although it looks like they're basically generating them here. So we'll have to do a little bit better than that. But at any rate, since we're not using these guys anymore, we can pretty much get rid of them if I wanted to. But it may not be a terrible idea to keep them. Huh. Because we need the data. But we'd have to do it down here with these guys, so... UArray equals, let's see, they do a 3 set in this one. I don't know why. But we only need 2. So the question is, which of those 2 are the ones we need? So I don't know if these are going to be useful at all. But let's just, see if we can't create UVs. Alright, assign UVs. Where are they? Oh, we don't need that anymore. Assign UVs. There it is. So this will be our UV mesh counts. And this will be our UV arrays. There we go. That will assign our UVs, so we'll at least get points. It's not going to give us, the positionings. That's actually what we're about to set up now. Alright, so U array needs to be we'll do self UV 0. And V array we'll do as 1. I have no idea if we're going to need 2 or if 2 is going to be better than having either of these. Let's do a print here though. UVs. Zero. I don't know, F? F should be for a float, right? One. Float. 2. Float. Alright, so now we do that, 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 and that. Actually, I put in one too many. So 0, 1, and 2. Alright, so we'll now be able to see this data as it's, going through. We don't need 3 because we already know that's the current material. So, let's give this a shot. 447? Float argument required, not tuple. Huh? Alright, so let's do, I don't know, maybe they're all strings. The tops are made of rubbers. The bottoms are made out of springs. They're bouncy, bouncy, bouncy. Fun, 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 fun. Oh, hello, data. Oh, mother fracker. Okay. So, looking at this, each one of these, 0, 1, and 2, all output a 2 set. So this is actually the UV coordinates for each point. So, the data we have is not the data we need. Well, it is the data we need, it's just not the data we have. But each one of these gives us the coordinates. So each one of these is equal to the UV set command that we saw earlier. Let me bring that over. Yeah, see, UV set. Here we'd have the integer, then we'd have 0, 1, and here we have 0, 2. And we have another one. So that's the next integer. So That means we can't do a pre-built, array like we were planning to. So, screw that. Thank you for playing, but you're not going to show up until later. Or... Ooh, that's not good. Alright, so for down here, we'll do one for the vertices. Oh, or we could do it for faces. That's actually probably better. Let's see, what do? They do points on curve. But we're doing faces. Yeah, it's like... Okay, this probably needs to go under faces rather than, vertices. No wonder. Times 4. That's a vert. So, here we can actually go, current UVs equals I. Three. And rather than do that, let's just do print. Face mat. Okay, what did I forget? Ah. That thing. Okay, so... +3. No, that's not it. Unless... Nope, that's not it. Yay! Because I had a feeling it was that. Failed to run file. Okay, what did I do? I screwed something up, apparently. Alright, let's remove that and see if it works. Alright, well that, so that's the good news. What else did I add? Well, I added the mesh part, so let's... Oh! Okay, so here's what I forgot. I put a 4 in here. Because I was planning on doing stuff there. Silly me. Error, index file, 435. So that is out of range, so it is +3. Not all arguments converted during string formatting. Alright, so let's do string. Type error. Alright. Then I'm just going to do a plus. So screw it all. Cannot consecrate. Oh, you are still one of those, huh? You're still here, huh? All right. Take that down. And it should be this. Ah, screwed up. Turple index out of range. Alright, I'm going to set these to 0. Just to see what it looks like. Can it consecrate string and floats? Alright, so it's pretty much, safe to say that we can't do that. So we're going to be stuck with this for a little bit. At least until we redesign that part of it. But that's something I'm going to work on later. So, down here, for that. Alright, so we need mesh set UV I times 4, I think. No, I. Let's just do I. Plus 0. What? Done. Plus 0. Plus 1. Plus 2. Plus 3. Actually, no. Just 2. Alright, so if I did this right, it should work. Actually, it should probably be times 4. Because this has to be times 4. So, because there are 4 entries in the UV set. So I read a rumor that sounds interesting. Apparently, according to this rumor, Hayden Christensen might be returning to one of the Star Wars films. They're not saying, there's no, saying what for or how, but one can guess that he's going to play some incarnation of Vader. Maybe a flashback, maybe like a message to the future or something. Or maybe they're gonna do like a little video of Vader before he turned evil. Who knows? So it could be Anakin Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi just walking down saying, "Oh, la 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 la," and maybe they'll be nice and put Ahsoka in there. If you don't know who Ahsoka is, watch the Clone Wars, the 3D animated one. Okay, we got another error. Index out of range in 440. Okay. But that's an if. Oh well. Let's see what we got. We have polys. We have polygons. Awesome. Obviously, there's still problems with it, but oh, this is a good sign. Oh, I feel so much better with all this crap that we've been fighting with. But we're actually getting data there. I don't know why we're getting an out-of-index error right here. It's basically saying index error. It lists as index is out of range. This is an if that exists. Ah. Are we even using current mat anymore? No, we're not. And we'll rebuild that later. Bigger, stronger, faster than it was. Alright, we got another index. 460. I don't know, maybe I have the data backwards. Or I could have these in completely wrong orders. In fact, what was their order? 210. Oh wait, no. Yeah, 210. So actually, we need to do there to there. Yeah, with theirs, they could, just go, here's UV1 is, that. For us, we actually have to say, no, it's that, then that. So let's save that, reload. And do a new file just to be safe. Nope, that's still looking pretty weird. Unless, we're supposed to do 1, 0, 1, 2. Alright, so nah, it looks the same. Yep. And we're still getting this index error in 460. So right here, index error. So I could say one of these two is out of range. Huh. Let's go from X range to range. Because I honestly don't know what the difference between those two are. Yeah, we're still getting out of range errors, but... Yeah, let's set that to 1 and this to 0. Alright, so if this is correct, this should actually shift upwards. Create a new one. Let's go new. Tiku Princess! Oh! Oh my. That definitely looks better. Huh. Alright, so let's expand this so that it does the proper numbers. That should give us a break in between each one of these. That way we can know what sets they are. There we go. There's a set, there's a set, there's a set, and there's a set. And then, index out of range. V. Len V, rather. And then V, which will be okay. So first things first, we need I. And then we need len verts. And then we need I times 4 plus 2. Because it could be that, you know, with the multiplier, we're actually running out of data. I don't think that's likely, but it's possible. Oh, almost forgot to reload. Alright. Should probably put a... Alright, so that's V2, V6, V10, V18. Yeah, there's only 6 in here. Len UV. Now I'm going to add a length for the UVs. Okay, so that gives us a lot more information. Error. The arguments could be converted into string, huh? Well... I'm sorry, len UV should give us exactly integers. Just like len V. Am I mistaken about that? Self UVs should have a length. Oh. There we go. I had the string wrong. Duh. Let's do a new object just to be... Oh. Alright, len UVs is 16. So, yeah, that's definitely wrong. Okay, so out of 6, we have 16 datas. So actually, we have 2 datas for every... Okay. No wonder the verts aren't looking right. We have 6 verts in here. There are 16 UVs. One of those is a material. So if we subtract, you know, if we multiplied that by, you know, if we subtract 4 out of there, so 1/4, that gets us 12. That's double the number of vertices. So it looks like we should be doing times 2. So, and I got lost. Ah, here we are. All right, let's do times 2 plus 0. Just so we know about that. And we'll do times 2 on all of these. And I have a feeling that this is not going to work. actually, let's do a replace right here. I times 2. Find next. Normal expression. Replace, 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 replace. Replace, 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 replace. Alright. Maybe that will work. And probably it won't. But float argument required, not Unicode. I knew that was going to happen. So as you can see, it did pretty well on the first point. When we got to the second point, not so much. Why? Because, it probably ran into the material. At least that's my guess. Type error 63. Yep. I put these as just strings. So it needs to be probably times 3. I can get up to 6. So 6 times 3 is 9. No, it needs to be 4. There's 16 in that. Alright, let's do some math here. Okay, there are 4 items, each in the... Actually, probably easier if I do this with a spreadsheet. Let me find it. Alright. So here we have I. I don't want it to be lowercase, but whatever. And we'll say I is 0 for right now. And then we have... Actually, I can do here is, I plus 0. I plus 1. I plus 2. And I plus... Well, actually, that's all we need, is those 3. But there is another I plus 3 mapped. So... So these are just, randoms. I'm just doing it for random's sake. So this, let's see. Yes, I know. Okay, so we have our integers right here. If we bring this up over here, do a bit of a split screen here. Okay, so the way this works is we have an I for each of these, for each vert. Actually, let's delete all this right now. So we have our verts right here. Let's say we have, vert number 0. Okay, that's good. So our I would be 0. Well, let's see. Verts, there's a total of 6. Current vert is 0. And let's see. Total UVs is 16. So if we want, UV I plus 0, well, we go into the UVs, which are 16 of, we take our verts, which is I, and we add 0. Oh wait, I'm sorry. Current verts. And this gives us slot number 0. Yeah. Now, over here, I'll actually list some verts. Let's say 2.1, and then okay, so this is our vert list. We got 3 verts, and then a material. This is the vert slot we want. So, if we want, so for each one of these, we have to figure out a way of getting this data out of here. Wait, this is, no, I'm sorry, this is the wrong data. This is our UV data. No. Alright, so, okay, here's our UV set of data. So this is all one value, and actually here, let me, so this is one value, this is another, and this is another. And this is the 4th value. So, if we say our current vert is number 2, alright, so let's copy that. Oh, wait. Let's make that like that. Yes. Okay, so technically this doesn't make, this is, our current vert is 0. So this is grabbing UV slot 1, 0, which is these 2 values. This is grabbing slot 1, and this is grabbing slot 2, and this is slot 3, which is our material. Now, unfortunately, the way I think our system currently works, well, it's doing a multiplier. So we need to actually put a multiplier in here. So times, let's say 4, because there are 1, 2, 3, 4 entries in each one of these. So don't show again. I'm tired of you warning me about things I already know. There. Now, if I go to my next vert, I have to go to slot UV2. I go to the next slots. But you notice how there are only 16 here. So when I go to current vert there, 6, actually I don't even have to go to that. I go to the 3rd vert, and we're already out of UV slots. So the question is, what's going on and how do we fix it? Because we have to be able to get to 6, which means there should be 27 in our vert list. In our UV list, rather. This is a UV list. So there should be 27 entries. But there's only 16. So, what the hell? So we need to go through here, probably somewhere in here he has a list, and here he's actually just doing UV 0, so the first UV, this guy, equals plus 2, I4 plus 2. Okay. So set UV Yeah, these all have to be times 4. Actually, one second. Yeah. And this is our actual data over here, so this all has to be times 4. Okay, there we go. So why is our UVs so low? Now I can take that out now. And actually I'm going to take all this shit out because we don't need any of it. Hi, Fran Man. So now that we have an idea of what's going on here, question is, how do we fix it? Well, let's do another fresh load just in case. And as you can see, yep, value is 12, so that's 12, 13, 14, and then 15. So when they get to 16, it comes out just fine, except they don't have any values. Because, you know, the index is out of range, because they're all out of UVs. So where are all the extra UVs coming from? Or are they just blank? And that could be something to consider. Does he do a try in here? I'm from the United States. West Coast. Okay, looks like if not. No? Okay, I do not know how he's doing this. Oh, he's doing this per face. We're doing it per vert. Okay, let's do face then. Let's see how that changes things. Probably gonna make things worse. On the other hand, it doesn't work now, so how much worse could it get? Oh. Attribute error. Mesh instance has no attribute face on 457. Ah, faces. No, north of that. I'm actually in Washington State. I keep forgetting to reload that. Oh, 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 oh! Aha! It looked like it worked. So that was our problem, was, you know, we were trying to capture too many faces. It was trying to do each vertices when we needed to do each face. So we can now hide all that UV printing. So, huzzah! Although, yep. Okay, I just added this stuff back in, but I can take out this stuff, because that doesn't do anything. But this is how we're assigning our textures, our materials. And all this can be taken out though. No, I can't say I have been to Delaware. I've been to Pennsylvania, Florida, drove to Yellowstone National Park once. I was on vacation and I was a very young child. I actually did go to California in 2000. Whole family went to Disneyland. It was fun. But I have not been to Delaware. There have actually been many places I have not been. I wish to change that. Alright. So now, she should load up just fine, with luck. Alrighty. Well, that's better. We still need to work on our UVs. Yep, need to work on the UVs. Okay, so at this point, I'm thinking let's revert these. Because earlier we were doing, you know, part 2 and then part 1. So, Philadelphia. I was actually there for my cousin's wedding. It was quite nice. May I ask why you're asking all these questions? Okay. We're copying what he has almost identically. 2, 1, 0. Ah! Okay. Yeah. I understand curiosity. I mean, I'm often curious about certain people and, you know, things they like and do. Okay, so according to our thing, the UVs should match up. However, it doesn't look like they're actually doing that. This should match up. That should... Okay, yeah, this should all match up, because if we look down here, UV0, which is, you know, right here, equals, you know, 4 times 4 plus 2 times 4 plus 2. And then we have 0 and 1 because, you know, that's what our system requires. But, you know, even though the numbers are effectively the same, when we come over here, we're getting, you know, very different results. I mean, actually, why does that look mirrored? Are they all freaking mirrored? They all look mirrored, but they also look like they're going the wrong direction. Huh. This is weird. Well, we actually did pretty well. We fixed a bug where, you know, we couldn't load the textures. Well, the textures didn't automatically load, rather. We got materials assigned to all of the objects, and we just built UVs. Incorrect UVs, but UVs nonetheless. So right now it's just a data issue. We got to figure out the exact data. So I can actually close this now that we figured that part out. Okay, so maybe I got to put these in a different order? Okay. Well, let's try 201. Or 210. Because maybe that's what the issue is. Is some weird thing with that. I thought they were identical to Polyconnect, and they may still be. It's just, maybe we're just not seeing that the polygons here are connected incorrectly. Oh, did I reload the script? I can't tell. Yeah, righty. Deacon Princess. Let's do a new one, just in case. Oh! That's looking better. Yeah, we're actually starting to see some, data look right. So, looks like it is just a play with these numbers kind of game. And we'll have to do a new one of these every time. That sucks. Huh. Well, this one, at least, is right. So there's one. So, question is, which one is that? Because we gotta change two of them every time we do this. Okay, I didn't see a difference there, but that could be, old data coming in. Okay. Oh. Alright, let's go back to that. And let's actually set this back to 1, 2, 3, so to speak. No, come on. There we go. There. Just straight-laced polygons for a moment. Oh, and I forgot to reload. No, don't save. No, that's not where I want to be. I want to be over here. Okay, that's looking closer. It's almost like we need to invert the one of the U's. Alright, so... maybe these numbers have to be played with. Let's try reversing these. Yeah, I think when I fixed some of the mesh issues, or the texturing issues, I didn't change things up well enough. Alright. Delete that. And now create a new Deku Princess. Huh. Oh. I made a change to a script, but then I forgot to reload the script. I keep doing that. Huh. That actually looks pretty decent. That just looks a little crazy, but it's looks like it's also starting to pan out, right? You know, some of the data there is definitely correct, but not all of it. Oh. I mean, these two are almost correct, which I'm only better at these two. Except they're, you know, upside down. So yeah, it looks like on a lot of these... Huh. Like I just need to invert the U. Okay, so let's let's open this back up. Actually, let's do this. V1 equals that. Actually, make it V0, that way I know. V1 and then V2. Now this way, yeah. No, I wanted to duplicate. Okay, so now it's a lot easier for me to play around with the numbers, and I don't have to reconfigure things like 12 times. Alrighty. So there we are. That's our base. This is our our reference. Alright, so this is 0, 1, 2. So next we'll do 0, 2, 1. Does look better. For a moment. DP 20 0, 2, 1. Then we'll do 2, 0, 1. And if we come over here, we can actually see these numbers. So these are the last UVs. Now, as you can see here, we actually have some UVs that are almost correct, and others that are not. Alright, so now we'll do 2, 1, 0. And then we'll try some 1, 2, 0s and such. Huh. DP 20 to 10. So now we'll do 1, 2, 0, and then 2, 0, 1, or 1, 0, 2. It's interesting that some are going off the rails and others aren't. DP 20, 120. And finally, 0, 2. Okay, so we've basically done every combination we can with these three numbers. So it doesn't look like it's an issue with rotating the numbers around. At least, you know, not in a system that we can deal with. You know, I tried, 0, 1, 2. I tried 0, 2, 1. I tried 201, 210, and then 120 and 102. It's, none of them are giving me the UV data I need. Which means that there's a problem elsewhere in the script. So I'm going to return these values right here to 0, 1, 2. And now we will seek out the UV data. Because we know they're right there on their mesh. So, and this is their data for, for Blender. Now I don't know how the Blender data is doing it, because we're using basically the same layout, except they're doing 2, 1, 0. So we could actually do that too. 2, 1, 0. But we've already seen what 210 looks like. I mean, it looks like that. And I don't know about anyone else, but that doesn't look right to me. Yeah, let's go to high viewport and see it in transparent mode. See, we're actually seeing transparency in there now. And it does not look right. Go back to high. So, let's open up that other script again. So here's his script. And he's got all sorts of utilities and such. But down here, that's the link animation. Ah, here we are. This is the bit of code that we need. Now, it is currently a perfect identical copy. So, obviously, something in here is going nuts. Mesh UVs extend, and then self tile 0 offset x plus v3 uvx times tile ratio time and so first we do the x and then it's the y, and then we do that 3 times and then we add the material. So near as I can tell, this code right here is identical. Now there is this code, but this code is stuff that we don't need. All of this deals with color and the normals, but we haven't touched that yet. I want to get the UVs working first. And if we come over here and SC, that's only being used for shade color, vertex color, none of which is going on in here. And here's all the hierarchy stuff. I'm not sure about V groups. Let's hide the tile. Now there is V groups here. In hierarchy, V groups, items. Okay, so there's grouping things up and replacing the groups. Now that's something we might have to deal with later, which is why I didn't, remove any of that. Also, I don't know how much it, actually does for the rest of our stuff. But this is our UV data. It's identical to the stuff that's grabbed over here. Somewhere. Yeah, right here. So yeah, there's the UV data. And here's our UV data. And it's identical. Because here, let me disable word wrap. Yeah, you can see the the virtual entirety of it. Yeah, here's all the code. It looks identical to me. Because it is identical, because I did not change a damn thing about it. So, why is the vertexes looking different? All I can think of is that there's something with something with Maya and the way they deal with their UVs that's different from the way that these guys deal with our UVs. So maybe what we need to do is look up the Blender code and see what they say about this. Because, as far as I can tell, all our data is looking fine. Yeah. 0, 1, 2. 0, 1, 2. But then 2, 1, 0. 2, 1, 0. 2, 1, 0. On the other hand, it could be as simple as doing negative that. I doubt it, but at this point, I'm willing to try just about anything. Alright. No. It did not do anything. At least nothing useful. So I will remove that. Okay, so let's do that. You know, we have right here a perfect example of how to do the UVs in Maya, and we did that. Now we need to see how UVs are done in Blender. So let's take a quick look at that. UV operators. Axis alignments. Alright, so what we are looking for is it's here somewhere. UV textures new. Test face UV textures new. So I'm guessing that's down here a bit. Select borders. We're still in yeses. Sphere projects. Oh, it's not in here. Alright, so let's go. I'm not seeing that anywhere else, so. There we are. Test face UV textures. Type. New. Okay. Texaco mesh. Or Texco mesh. Alright, so obviously they'd have a new functionality. Yeah, right here. New UV map. Return type. Texture face layer. UVs assigned. Okay. Well, data. Read only. Active. Negative inf. I don't know, maybe we need to do a multiplier on our UVs to, you know, scale them down. I mean, I don't see one over here, but maybe I'm just not looking hard enough. Alright, if UVs, so if it has a texture name, if not made in materials, make it a material for it. Okay. Image equals UVs, texture slots, texture image. Okay. Calc normals, value date, blah, 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 blah. Alright, so let's try this. Let's multiply this by 0.1. I mean, I doubt that's going to do anything worthwhile. I'm just doing a random number. Okay. Oh. I don't know. Maybe Blender UVs are made differently. Maybe they go from the center out. I don't know. So maybe what I need to do is do like a 0.5 offset on both of these. So let's do, plus 0.5. Okay, so it's obvious that we're having points that are locked down at 0 for some reason. So, well, let's load up the blender real quick. Let's load up the blender. Come on, Blender. You can do it. See, I barely understand this thing, but, it's still... Okay, I know I can look at textures. I just don't know how I can look at the UVs, so... Options, tools, outliner, image editor. Cancel, cancel. Okay, so create. I have no idea what I'm doing. What? Just show me the freaking UV map. Ah, there we go. Wait, what? Are they freaking 3D? I'm lost. Blender UV editor. Okay, so I have to go to another view. Not sure how to do that. You know what? Go back to info, file new. Yes. Import her again. Why? Because I'm confused. This Blender software is crazy. Okay, so oh, hello. View. No. Pose mode, object mode. Let's look at the crown, because that's what we're looking at. Okay. Select all the vertices by pressing A. And press U. Okay, but how do you open that? Okay, so bottom left-hand corner. Ah, here we are. So this is what it needs to create. And this is just me, selecting this. What it's creating is this mess. So the good news is, it looks like, we don't need to do +5 or anything like that. So we're going to come back in here and, subtract those. The bad news is that somewhere it's getting crappy data. And as a result, it's only pulling in zeros for that. So somewhere it's getting zeroed out on this data. So maybe what we need to do is do a float kind of thing. Kind of force it. Because it could be that it's just trying to do too much. Because it seems Maya is a little picky about stuff like that. Alright, let's see how this works. And we know that none of these work, so we can delete those. Alright, nope, it's still grabbing, points at 0. So, well, let's take a look at the script. Mesh 10, Mesh 6, 17, 5, 28, 20. Now, how many of these are 0? Well, that's a near 0. Actually, a lot of these are that near 0. But that doesn't correspond with this. Because none of these are near 0, near 0. At least not that I'm seeing. So we're actually getting proper UV data out. It's just when it's being generated over here, it's wrong. Okay. So, let's double check this. We're setting the UVs right. At least I think so. Ah. Alright, let's go back and check one of our other things. Alright, we wanted the poly UV data. Polyconnects append. So rather than appending the faces, what if we just appended, you know, the data? Except that is the data. Oh. Let's come down here and take a quick look. Faces extend. Vert, vert, vert. VI1, VI2, VI3. Maybe I should set these up as double. Alright, let's bring this over here and look up Maya set UVs 0. Set UVs problem. Problem is, it does not work with the first click. It works on the second click though. However, my spontaneity drops this in favor of planar projection again. Okay, so probably not what we want. Okay. Okay, so Maya Python delete history. Construction history. So delete object, delete few. Alright, delete all true construction history true. with luck. Let's see. Okay, let's just try that. Just do... Alright, so after the shape mesh has been selected, commands, delete, construction history equals true. I hope I'm getting that right. CH for construction history. Yes, good. Because maybe that's what the issue is. It's just, you know, a history issue. That does happen sometimes, especially in Maya. So, we'll do this brand new. Reload. Import. Deku Princess. Nope, we're still getting that issue. It's still stretching points out to 0, 0 when it shouldn't. And look at this, you know, with this selected, you know, we have, you know, whole bunches of points. A ton of them are being directed there. And this is mesh 6, I think. Yeah, DQ mesh princess 6. And yet, look here. None of them. And these are close to 0, but not enough. But, you know, none of those are 0. And we want, you know, number 6. I'm seeing 10, 10, 10. Well, let's select 10. That's a couple of zeros, but, you know, these are 10s. I'm not seeing any zeros. You know, and nothing that's zeroed out. And that is kind of weird. There's one at 0.5 and then 1. So actually that's those guys. But still, nothing at zeros. So where are all these zeros coming from? And that's 12. Yeah. Look, we got, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That should be 0, 0, 0. I don't know about you, but I do not see any 0, 0, zeros. I don't even see any, you know, anything even close to 0 on this side. You know, negative 0.21 is the closest I see to 0. And that's still way over the frick here. So, where are these 0 points coming from? Do we need to add more, you know, UVs? Do I need to do one of these? I don't know. Let's give this a shot. Nothing that can't be destroyed. Still seeing a bunch of zeros. And I did reload this, yes. Oh! So I added one more, and it looks like it's not doing any of the 0 issues anymore. Okay, so it just needed one more. Lord Frieza, the Hulk. The fuck? Except we only need 2. Well, 3. 1, 2, 3. With assign UVs. Well, maybe there's another one. set UV. No, all you can find is that one, huh? That's the one we already used. And I can close that. Don't know why that's open. Specify the texture coordinates. UVID must be in the UV list. UVID, if the UVID is greater than or equal to none UVs, then the UV list will grow to accommodate the specified UV. I don't know, maybe let's try taking one of these away. I doubt that's going to help. In fact, I think it's going to hurt a hell of a lot. In fact, it gave us a runtime error. Alright, this will fail. I know it. Because 0 is suddenly a material. Well, actually, what if I just put them as 0 and 0? Now it makes sense that there's a 0, 0. Okay. So now I'm going to try 1 and 1 for point number 3. So no longer is it 0, 0. They shouldn't be down there. They should be up here. If this affects anything at all. Okay, so it looks like all those missing polygon points are getting sent here. So, what in the heck is going on? It's like we're missing, you know... Just adding that, having it right there. It's like it wants me to set 2 groups of them at once. Oh, that's exactly what's going on. Because my integer here is, I need to be plus 3, not times 3, not times 4. The UVs have to be times 4. Okay, this should work. Or very close to it. Alright, so... Hey! We're not getting any ones dropped off at 0, 0 anymore. So, now we just have to reorganize some of the data. Oh, that one looks perfectly fine. Okay, so... Going back to... Actually, no, that's exactly what they had. But let's try, you know, just a straightforward one. Yeah, we fixed all the vertices issues. So we figured what that problem was. That's the good news. Bad news is, there's still a lot of work to do. We gotta get the UVs to actually import correctly. But you know what? I think that's something I can work on tomorrow. We actually did quite well here tonight, I think. Yeah, there wasn't a whole lot of people watching, and people came and went, but we actually did quite well, I think. I'm still kind of shocked at how well this worked. What was it? It was like F10? No. Control F or Control M. Well, that was part of it. At any rate, so this is where we're going to leave off for tonight. I'm actually kind of surprised that we, got as far as we did. I mean, let's see, how long did we run? We've been going for 4 hours and 12 minutes, but we fixed that texture issue. We got the materials all to assign properly. We even got the UVs to actually load. They're not right, but they're loading. And we solved one of the big issues on why it was going all nuts, and why a lot of the information was at 0. We got that all figured out. So now the next step is to figure out why the data is not rendering correctly. This is almost exactly what they had in the Blender script, but we're not seeing the same UV data. So that's all stuff to work on for next time. So until I see you all thanks for joining me. As always, donate on the link down below. Watch me live on the link above. You can catch me on all the past videos on YouTube at Kjasi or YouTube/Kjasi. Sorry. And as always, follow me on Twitter. I'll let you know before the stream goes out, although I forgot to do it today. Oh well. You'll see the address for link for Twitter in a second. Thanks for joining me. Bye.